Yeah, no reason to. No reason to wait for anything. Whatever. Let's just get straight to it. There we go. No. God damn it, dumbass shit. There we go. Fine? Fine. Alright. Now I'm wondering one thing. If the text is way too small, a little bit. If I recall correctly, there is an option. It's one of these. That increases automatically the size of everything. The presentation assistant is the thing that shows up when I do this. Although I didn't press Shift F6, I pressed F2. Fuck you. I kill you. Only pressed F2. You should have shown me here. For some reason it didn't. It's definitely not full screen, it's definitely not Zen. I could just increase the zoom on the IDE. Let me look at the presentation, because I'm quite sure that enabling the presentation mode is going to increase the presentation system. But I also think the presentation mode just, yep. It's just fucking... forgot the word. And I don't recall how to get out of this. What was the option to get out of the presentation mode? God damn it. That's why you shouldn't do these things while you are starting to stream again. Nope, that's not it. I recall that there's a shortcuts. This? Nope. This one doesn't show. Oh, yeah. Nope, not this. It's double shifts. Yeah. Yep, there is. Fucking knew that such a thing was possible. Yeah, it's definitely not presentation. Distraction free won't be as well. 150. Maybe too big. But things need to be visible. Otherwise, what's the point? Boy, you're not 1080p, don't fuck with me. Is it bigger? Come on. Get up with the tongue. Yeah, it feels like it's already bigger. But maybe not so big. It's a little bit better. Problem with Unity though is that there's no such an option here as far as I know. Yeah, I'm quite sure there's not such an option. There's a bunch of shits in there that I've never messed with. There's another here. There's a general one. Nothing regarding things here. No, that's not it. Why scaling? Maybe it's this one? Oh, come on, it requires a restart? Fuck you. Right, sure. Although this is way too big for my liking. But it's at least understandable. Let me see. Even if I make it smaller? Yeah, even if I make it smaller, it's kind of readable. I mean, unless you watch it in full screen or something. A little bit better, feelable. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit better. Let me test the 150. And if the 150 is way too much, we'll just go back to 125. Well, I have only one thing to say. Thanks, I hate him. Dislike it considerably. Way too big for my liking. But it's not like I have that much of a choice. We'll see, we'll see. If it bothers me way too much, I'm gonna just change back to the original one. Even if I do this, it's still big. Holy. That is not what I expected. Yeah, but at least it's readable. A little bit better than it was before. Although now that I think about it, if you're watching someone code and you want to pay attention of what the code is, you would have to have it in full screen, right? You wouldn't, for example, code yourself in a minimized screen, right? It doesn't make sense. I'm gonna keep it at 125. It's a good compromise. That doesn't make like things a shit, it's this. But at the same time, it's a little bit better to view. Yeah, this should be fine. So, let me see if I remember what I was exactly doing yesterday. I was finishing, I got the add component in here. Oh yeah, queries. We need queries. All right, so let me see if I remember how I did back in the previous system. No, this is not how we used to do. There's this one. So the main idea is that all right, so we're gonna create a query method similar to the component methods one to separate things. It requires this. Oh, there's way too much noise outside. I hate doing these in the morning. It's not morning, during the day. That's the proper wording of this. All right, so we return the query, which means that this one needs to have a public internal. No, public internal. What the fuck are you talking about? It's just internal query context private. Come on, man, you know what to do. God damn it. Just fucking do it for me. Do it. Sometimes, man, tab completion just, it's not that good. So we got the query methods, and then from the query, we need, Oh, I see. Shouldn't get a query in there. This one gets something like a query wrapper. No, it's not this. It's just handler. Internal query. And the query handler like this just to prevent this as well. Internal query. It needs to pass a query to here. Come on, man. Autocomplete for me, what the fuck? Because it's on the query handler that we'll have the public query handler pass. I don't know if I use a with, without, or has, or no. Maybe with for now. Oh, it's a pain in the ass having to fucking mute the mic every single time. It just bothers me. Okay, the way these will work is that inside there will be a read-only list of archetypes. Because the thing depends solely on the archetypes to get the entities in order. Right? Is it? There's two ways that we can do this. One, one of them is just grab all the entities and the god damn it. Fuck way. The thought. We grab all the entities and list them along with all of the components. Which we query from the archetypes. The problem with that is that if we do it like this, we'll need to keep an updated list of which units, because the queries will be cached. Yeah, it's better to have the archetype. Yep. It's better to have the archetypes. It's not a problem to have it as a list. It's not a problem. Also, let me just, for the sake of fucking damn it. For the sake of organization. Fuck you, why did you delete goddamn it? Having to fight with the computer out here. Having to fight with the computer, with the environments, with the noises outside, having to fight with everything, with the depression, with the self-doubt, with fuck. In that way, everything becomes very organized. Later, I can even like remove, for example, the systems from here. Just go context assistance that execute, and then the phase, and then just that's it. I mean, I don't want to look into things, I just do this. Component methods, query methods, and that makes it so that I don't need to use groups. And the only thing that is important to context is in here. It's just context initialize. So for example, when you're going to use it, it's just context dot, and there's components query systems, and that means that you access these things. And the only important thing for the context is initialize. So on the context, there is only methods for contexts. And like over here, you see components methods, query methods, system methods. And that's it if I want to access, like instead of having here get component and then pollute the fucking thing with a bunch of shit, I want to handle components on the context, enter the components, and all the component related stuff, it's in here. I might change the name of component methods to component something else, because component methods implies that there is only going to be methods. And not, for example, properties or things like that, which, if you stop and think about it, properties and methods, so it's not that much of a big deal, but still, clarity. It's always good. Like, that is one of the things that I hate in how people do things. We shouldn't code these days how people used to code back then. We should code today using the methods that benefits us, like IntelliSense. There's no reason why we should not do things like this in a manner that is more organized. For example, this one could be changed from components methods to add to, or add to entity, and then it's just the entity and the component. And I'm quite sure that I'm going to change. Didn't I create a single component? I didn't, right? Quite sure I didn't. Where is it? I'm blind. I'm legally blind because the things are not properly organized yet. There's an inheritor. Instead of making it a class, let's change it to a struct. Why do I have this inside of the player? Dumbass, I'm doing things wrong. This is correct. This should be a class. It's already correct. I'm just stupid. I was remembering the old ways. This is the component, so it's already struct, so there's no problemo. And this is the system that inherits from the thing. There's I'm doing it this way because it's easier to organize things. Previously, I was doing something like player input system, and then on another class outside, player input components. And that is just, now I have two classes that are separate, even though they should be combined. In this way, I have player inputs and the components that is clearly describing this, and the system here. I think this would be better named player inputs feature. Yeah, player input feature dot components, player input feature dot system. Somehow I don't like it. I think maybe it's because it's related to me considering that a feature is something else. Where's the fucking thing? God damn it, way too many things on my desk. All right, next. So the query handler is the things that are going to pass things in there. But right now, as far as I know, we don't have... We can add components, and it goes into the archetype manager, and adds the components. But we don't have like this entity to archetype index. But for entities. I don't know if I should place it in... No, not for entities, for components. I don't know if I should place in the archetype manager. I think so, because it seems like the archetype manager is the place that stores... Which, if I think about it, it isn't an archetype manager then. It's more so akin to a component store than anything else, component storage. Sure, in a way it's managing the archetypes, but it's doing more than that. Right? Yeah, because if you think about it, the only thing that this will do, it's not just manage things. It's going to basically just be, hey, give me this. I need this. I need an archetype. I need a component on this entity. Which, what is the index of this of this component? Shit like that, yeah. I want better representation. I want this here, this int here, to be clear that it's a hash code. If I recall correctly, I forgot to open Brave. I need to take a look into my memory. It's 26 gigs, it's fine. No, it's not that. I was looking into yesterday. This. Yeah, we're not looking at the inputs right now. Let me see. Yeah, my phone is charged. No need to have this fucking cable in the middle. Thankful. One last thing to bother me. C#. I'm quite sure there's a hash code. Yeah, structure. Don't fucking throw shit at me in Portuguese. Fuck you. Give me English. Where is it? There. From the states. There it goes. Hashcode structs. Combines the hashcode from multiple values into a single hashcode. Yeah, but does it work as a hashcode thingy? This class combines the default hashcodes up to 8 values. Yeah, the only thing it needs to do is just combine hashes. I want something that just represents the hash codes. You can use hashcode to combine multiple values, and fields, and structure into a single hashcode. The structure has a static and instance methods that operate differently. Static methods accept a set of up to 8 values. Two instance methods operate in string fashion, accepting values one at a time. Implementation details. The implementation may change across assembly versions. Do not start hash codes produced by hash code. Yeah, that is just runtime thing. In serialized structures, for example, on disk, hash code uses statically initialized random seed enforces mass practice, meaning that the hash codes are only deterministic within the scope of an operating system process. So if I understand correctly, this, it's not what I need. Or what, not really what I need, what I want. Yeah, it stores way more. There's like, these things are not needed. I just want a thing that's just, hey, buddy, this is a hash code. So that I won't have like a bunch of ints here, because an int doesn't explain to me that this is a hash. It doesn't tell me, hey, buddy, this is hash code. I look at this and just go, hey, there's an int here. Why? Why is there a hint there? Let's see if I can search some shit. I'm looking for something else. Why is this not 8? It doesn't matter. Let me see. Let me look at the dictionary. This one, I think. I think I'm gonna have to create one. Yeah, it uses buckets of ints. So if the dictionary doesn't have a specific struct that it uses in order to make hashes be descriptive, then there isn't. There isn't such a thing on the fucking thing. I don't want it to have a hash code. It's just hash, man. It should be enough. We do it as an int value, and then we use it to generate codes. It's a quality comparer. This isn't the hash code to implement. Nope. Just return the value. Although I don't want to like this. Somehow I think it feels weird. I think it's overkill, I guess. Yeah, it's overkill. Don't like it. Feels weird. Let's do just the quality members, I guess. Doesn't use this hash code to get the hash codes for quality operators, and this should be enough. Yep, this is enough. Equals, get the hash code, just gets the value directly. Equals combines the hashes as well. This should be all fine. Is it? This should be all fine so that we can substitute ints for hash. Now it's descriptive. And over here we were doing hash. And no, it's not this. It was, let's do it as stupid as possible. Just type and hash. No, it's not this. Yeah, it's not a problem now that I think about it. It's not type and hash. It's something else. It's we're doing ECSX ID there. So at the end over there, it didn't need a hash code. It just needs spawning here. Hash to hash code doesn't work because it's up there. And the hash code returns an int, right? Yeah, it does. So this one, no, it's not component to archetype index. It's no component type to ID. This is so we can properly on archetypes here so that we can properly place it in here. ECSX ID for component IDs. So that we can store them properly in there. We're not going to use the hash class anymore. Over here, we're going to switch it to hash. Again, to be descriptive. We could, on the hash song, we could generate code in here. Is it a relational member, I think? Yeah, it's this one. I think the relational operators as well. No, it's not relational. Fuck, what is the word for the thing that I'm trying to remember? I know this overriding operator. It's not equality. It's not relational as well. Public. Yeah, it's this one. Implicit operators. So that's no, maybe it's explicit, or is it the opposite one? Yeah, I need to make an opposite one. Yeah, that's it. That's what's missing. So now this to hash code becomes a hash, and it's sent over there. What? No. At the same time, I want to be more descriptive of these. New hash. I can just have a constructor that passes the value, right? Yeah. It's enough. This is a little bit more descriptive, but sure, it can be if we need to. Just implicitly convert between one and the other. So this is clear now that it's a hash and not just an int disguising as a hash. This is 3 slots. Free, let's be more descriptive as well. Index slots, there it goes. Now for the archetype, I have the component type to ID, which means that when what were we doing before query? We can query the context. Don't we have a context in the query handler? Oh, I see. We're gonna pass yeah, we're gonna pass the query in there. It's not a problem. When we properly create it on the context here. You don't get a query, you get a... No, it's not this one. This is correct. This is just get query. because it's gonna get a query that is finished, but then we'll require a query manager or something like that. Yeah, we will require a query manager because it needs to cache and do all the other things, which again, as well, it seems more like a query store than anything else. Naming, eventually we'll, as we get more and more things, we'll make things more clear. No, the query handler doesn't need a thing. But does the query, how do we identify queries as well? Let me think. We'll need hashes for them as well, right? In a very specific manner. We could get the archetypes hashes. No, that's not, is it? Because we can't, for example, get all the included components and the excluded components and make a hash out of it. Because you will make it so that the same, that is going to be complicated, isn't it? That is not going to be easy. Should we just assign an ECSX ID to it as well? No, it's just overkill at that point. Because, for example, if I have 3 components and the included components and get all of their IDs or whatever together and then hash them, I get a value. But if all of those 3 components, if I pass one of them to the exclude components and then I hash it against collecting all the components together, one, regardless of where on the order of the include or exclude the components are, it's going to always return the same value. So as long as the query has those 3 components, it always will be the same values. I need to be very careful with this one. Just hashing the archetypes is not enough, because different queries could include the same archetypes, and that would be maybe if we hash the archetypes and also hash the components in a manner that changes between included and excluded ones. Let me see what the thing gets me. No. And what is the name of the tongue? It's get hashcode, right? It's not 2 hashcodes, it's get hashcode indeed. I would just do an override. That's it. Now I know why you can't move. I can't even see. What? You can't see. See what? Seems like everything is fine on my end. Override. Get hashcodes. No. What do you give me? Oh, I don't know what this sign means. Fuck, I don't recall ever using this. I try and make a game my view says I can see, but when I test, it's just gray. Well, it depends. Depends what exactly you're doing. Oh, it's an XOR operator bitwise. Take the bits of A and the bits of B and an XOR them together. One XOR does compress each bit, yada yada. So the result is a 1, blah blah blah. My hash code implementation is XOR. It's a simple way to combine two integer hashes without then overwriting each other. XOR has properties that make it attractive for hashing. Order sensitive if mixed with shifts, cheap to compute, tends to spread bit differences. I have a ground, I can't even see that, and I should have made code to move, but I can't move. If you can't, like you said, if I have a ground and you can't see that, that's possibly an issue with the camera. You're not pointing the scene camera towards the correct location. You can see the scene on the editor, but that doesn't mean that you can see it when it's playing. Because when it's playing, it's using the point of view of a camera. So if you don't have a camera that is pointing towards the ground, then you can see. Or the camera is 2 players away from the player. Something is happening then that is not showing the thing. It's just a ball for a player for now, so I have 2 balls away from the player. 2 units, I mean. Well, you never start a game by doing the graphics. The graphics at the beginning needs to be ugly. I don't know how big the ball is. Normally it's 1 unit. 1 or 2 units, depend on the game engine. Cubes, most of the time, are 2 units, if I recall. Because it's 1 unit from the center and 1 unit to the other side as well. It depends as well of the implementation on the implementation of the things. Fuck me, I hate the camera here. Like Unity, for example, it's a 1 unit. Because if I move it on the x-axis, I think that 5, and on the z-axis, that 5 as well, it feels precisely 1 unit. So the cube in Unity is 1 unit cubed. Let me just, no, there it is. Let's put it half in here, half in here as well. And now it's precisely occupying the space of a unit. So that changed. I did the graphic and the code with it. Don't worry about graphics. It doesn't matter for the beginning. If your things are not even behaving properly, doing graphics, it's a waste of time. It mixes 2 values without overlap. If I have included components, so both contribute to the final value. Source, to fast and deterministic, which helps them fine, component type stable hash codes. Let's see. Cares about the difference between two sides, include exclude, ignore this, keep them separate, only if each side has already been combined internally in the direction-aware way. What? No. It's not it as well. I think I'm just overcomplicating this. Oh, can you guarantee there's non-commutative? Because I don't believe you. And there's a failed code that said that the player don't have a 3D collision, but he has a 3D collision. Maybe it's not, you're not getting the component. Or the tongue for the 3D collision, you're not assigning somewhere. I don't know exactly how Godot works, but that's one of the reasons why you need to understand the code, the programming language or scripting language or whatever the fuck that the engine uses, so that it's easier to handle shit like that. I don't know. Nope, not that one. Hash codes. Thoughts. I wish. Is it raining? Oh, thank fuck. God damn, I forgot that it's not going to go there. But I had the hash code thingy open, right? Yep. Methods. Come on. Combines 8 values into a hash code. Yeah, but it doesn't say how. Is it doing what I think it's doing? I don't trust it. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to test, but still. And I need first to get a way to get the hashes out of these. I mean, like you said, the 3D collision could be literally anything. I don't exactly know what you're trying to do. It's very complex to know what exactly it is, why exactly it's showing errors if I don't know what you're doing. In a code sense way. Sure, I will need the components in here. The problem with doing things this way is that I having to jump back and forth from one place and the other, and then when I go to another place, I forget what I was doing in the other one. Yeah. I just ate so much, I need to sleep, and I said to my friend, yeah, we're gonna play the 8:45, so I need to warm up, so maybe tomorrow, depending when you're gonna go live, maybe it goes offline very rare. Yesterday, like, I was going to stream, but it reached a point where I couldn't think of what to play in the night. And then just thought, you know what, I'm just gonna sleep. But yeah, see you later, man. See you later. I'm gonna keep fucking bashing my head in on this thing until it works eventually. Think, motherfucker, think. Gots to think. So, a component's type to an ID. The problem with this, it shouldn't be type. It shouldn't be type, it should be hash. Because if it is a hash, I can store relationships and other shit in here as a component. If it is a type, it's fixed to a type, and relationships are not a type. That's for sure. Well, this should be different as well. Entity store type hash. Components hash to ID. So I have the archetypes. No entity archetype hash. Component hash to ID. Fine. Now, let's get the hash of hash components. Maybe that's how we'll get this. Right? Donk. Needs to donk. Let's throw here just in case. No. I mean, we'll need it eventually. No. I mean, just place it there in case. Because it's a simple one. No. What we need now from the query handler is something like... Oh, the problem is that we can't get the context from the query. God damn it. Because the context in the query is I could change it to internal. Yeah. Could change it to internal. Should be fine. And then from here, we get the query. Query.context.components. Wait, do we need to get the components through here? We can get through the archetype manager directly because I have access because it's internal. We can get the internals. We're passing as an ECSX ID. No. Get component ID. We pass a type. And then, nope. We pass the type. From the type, that's not it. Var hash type dot hash codes. Yeah, basically this one. We could just use a nullable in here, but for now, let's not. Just change it to return statement. A little bit, not that much better readability, but it's good enough. Then we get to the query handler. So I get the component ID. And this should be correct, right? No, because there's no type. There's no out. It's just this. Var component ID. And then we it's not registered. Should be fine on this one, I guess. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? I don't have a comparison there? I'm quite sure that I have equals in here. Oh, I have equals, but I don't get. Huh. Equals is not a comparison operator. Why is there no comparison operator here, though? Did I do something wrong when I generated it? Fuck me. Damn it. Equality members. Let's use the hash code because it needs it. Yeah, needs you. There it is, the operators are here now for some reason. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows why he fucked up in there? Alright, we get the query handler now, so this one is fine. I like placing spaces between checks, assignments, and returnments. Like executions and shit. It makes it more readable. Okay, so the without is basically the same fucking shit, but on the opposite way. Just guarantee it's the same thing. Component ID top fine. Component's not registered. Exclusive. Yep, that's fine. So the query handler should be okay right now. And we got an internal. Although Huh. I don't exactly like it, but it should be fine. Because it could be that in the future we'll need like other things. Is it internal? It's internal. Which I don't exactly need it to be internal. Bills, query. No, it's not return query. See, this is why it feels weird, the fact that I add a query inside the thing instead of a context. Wait a second, where is this being used? On the query handler? Shit. Didn't I create a query manager or something? What's that, you dumbass? Let's add here. Nope. There goes. Does that make sense? Hey, make the suggestion again. You fuck. Make the suggestion again, dumbass. Give it. Yeah, queries will need a hash, that's for sure. But I don't want to calculate all the fucking time. That's guarantee. So the query, no, let's not call it query handler. Let's call it query builder. That's a better name. Then why didn't you change? Go figure. I don't know why you're having to do things twice. And now the build query makes more sense. So I don't think I will need a query in here. It doesn't make sense. I think I will need a context. My codes, maybe. Have, I think it can be private as well. Yeah, it can be private. There's no need to be internal. Over here, just assign it. Come on, mates. There it goes. Do the rest. Over here, just query directly for the context. Fuck me, place a tongue. And over here, it's listen. It's regular C, dumbass. Over here. We can pass the same context because, yeah, it doesn't make sense to not pass one. We build the query now, so now we need to look at how the query is built. It just passes the context, and we could be passing other things here. Like the components that are included, the excluded components as well. We can't do this because it's not public. I hate this part. The song is nice, but that part is just ass. I understand kind of why they would do it if they were doing it in a live presentation show or whatever the fuck, but by myself, it's just weird. Nah, you know what? Just fucking skip it. Oh, this one takes me back, man. Memories. I used to listen to this song specifically on the bus when I was going to the awful Inferno company. These are other songs. It was the time when I learned the synthwave was a thing. Those are the good times. Why does this not go? It needs to be public or internal. Let's make it internal. God, awful, damn it. And it's not internal yet, is it? It needs to be non-read only. That explains things. Wait a second. Oh no, because this is creates the thing and this assigns after the thing. It would be similar to doing the include components outside of the thing. The only difference is that in this way, it's just building inside. The problem with this is that we'll need to... It would be easy if the queries were just like the hashes of the archetypes. It would be way easier if it was like that, but sadly it isn't. Thinking about it, I don't think I need the context inside of it. I definitely need the archetypes, that's for sure. Do the archetypes have contexts? Nope. They are context unaware. Think. Should I just pass it? Fuck it. And then we pass the included and excluded components, and inside the query, use the context to get the list of the archetypes. I think that's the best way, right? Yeah. Yeah, no dots. Can you build it for me, man? God damn it. No. This. Build it. God, piece of shit. I don't like it because it's not descriptive. Those stats as well. Oh, I hate it now. It occupies this long line. Let's just maybe fucking make this a little bit better readable. Factor. Introduce a variable. Let's just name query. That's it. The line is longer. Nah. Oh, yeah, we need to pass things to the... We need to add it to the... No, we don't. The query builder shouldn't be aware of the manager in a way. The query manager. It's sure he looks at the archetype manager, but it doesn't matter. When we do it through here, the query manager will be the one that will No, I don't need this. The query builder needs the hash code as well? No, I don't think so, right? The hash. Should the query builder be responsible for creating the hash? I don't think so, right? Yeah, it shouldn't. The yeah, this one returns just no. What the fuck am I doing? Hash dot spanner. Now over here, hash dot add, hash dot add. This is basically this, but there's a difference. We're not gonna add on each one. We're gonna do a hash code. And over here, hash code as well. No. That is not descriptive. Included hash. Nope. That's not descriptive as well. Can I clear the hash code generation thingy? No, doesn't allow me to, I think. Let's call it hash builder. There we go, and then do that. Barring. No. Where's the song? Included hash. Hash builder dot nope. Builder dot hash code. And then we get the hash builder and do nope. New hash codes again, so we use the same parts in there. And then we do the hash for this included one. Var excluded. I'm quite sure that it would be a good idea to just put all of this into a no, not like this. We need to do it in a manner that prime numbers, if I recall correctly. No. Let's make it. Do it let me test one thing. Let me be 100% guaranteed. All right. Just gonna do it like this. We're gonna get this. I'm gonna do times 3079. No. There for here, we do the same fucking thing. Times fuck you. No, it's not 3079 again, because if it is the same number, it's gonna fuck things up. Let's think. Let me see a prime number. Yeah, that should work. 6151. So this, if I'm not crazy, should help us do the whole shebang. For now, what we do is we put this in the methods. It's easier. Fuck me, I did it wrong. Press the wrong button. Ah, how I wish my mouse wasn't misbehaving. Factor, extract, not a local function. Although it's only going to be used in here. Local function. Fuck it. At the end of the constructor. Fine. No function, that's not a problem. And it sets the hash. No, I don't want it to set the hash. I want it to return the hash. No. It's not a problem, I just change them. No, that doesn't make sense. Return hash. And then we change the name of the song. Come on, generate me a name, you fuck. Oh, God damn it. Just do hash and fuck it. There we go. What? What you mean with that? Oh, to make it clear that it ends there. Well, so that there is no like code after the tongue. Makes sense. My God. I understand why. Although in the middle here we need to get the archetypes, but from the context. Which is a whole other can of worms. The best way to do this would be to get all the archetypes that include these, basically checking one by one, just say which archetype has this component, which archetype has this, and then just keep checking. And since the query is going to be cached, it's not a problem because it's only slow when it is created, and then later it's just updated. What is context complaining about? Oh, I see. Let me see. Yeah, this is correct. It's because query. But the way we're gonna do it is like this. Oh, there's no way for us to. Oh my god, there's no way for us to do this. No, there is. Huh. Ah, I don't think there is a way. Because, for example, on the systems, we're gonna use that query builder on this system. Here, I think. No, it can't be here. Can it? In a way, yes, but also no. Because it needs to be overridden. It needs to be something like... No, not that. And it needs to be before the execution callback. No, protected. No, it can't be protected as well. God damn it. Because if it is protected, it won't have access to the other things. A 100% will need a private... I forgot how I enforced the play... Let me see, how did I do this? Oh, I see, it was like this. It makes all the fucking sense, you dumbass. You need to enforce the player, the user, the developer to set a phase, otherwise it doesn't work. We can have the query, because the system will never change the query, so it's cached inside. It is what's going to be passed in here. The execute callback will basically do this. And this is basically, no, this can't be, now that I think about it, it needs to be internal. But if it is internal, it can't be on the... Can it? It can. I forgot that this is possible. There we go. No, it doesn't like it. Why the... Oh, it needs to be explicit. Gotcha. Because this one doesn't matter. This is literally just internals. It's how the system is going to be calling it back from the inside. And there's going to be a bunch of other things here that we'll need to do as well. Like, it's just not just executing a callback. There's just a bunch of stuff that needs to be done in here, in between. On the in-betweens. And I don't even think that it should be a query here. It should be something else now that I think about it. It will be kind of like a query wrapper or something like that. But for now, it's going to be a query. So I think I made a system somewhere, right? Here, player inputs. It's just a matter of changing it to override. It's fine. Oh, the bunch of things. But it's a bunch of things with purpose instead of a bunch of things with no purpose. Okay, so now what we need is... I should have saved these things on the source tree. I forgot to open source tree, speak about it. That I think about it. I think it could be the source tree opens on the window where the tongue is. On the where the mouse is, I guess. Nope. There's a change in only 125 files. That's a small amount. Shit. That's way too much. Okay. Now let's see what is missing from here. Query dot. I don't like how... Okay, I get it, how I did the previous one. Flashing the query here. I kind of don't like this because in this way we'll have to do for each every time that we want to, like for example here, we'll have to get a list of the entities. I don't exactly like it. While at the same time I don't want to just to execute it, for example, on a single entity at a time. Like having something like no, fuck am I doing? Something like no. Did I not grant an entity yet? I have this one. Entity, and then let's say the components. Like for example, something like this. So it's gonna be executed every single time on each one of these things. It feels that it's better because it gets the component. Well, the problem is that at the same time it just misses things. But I want to wait for the place for the developer to do it faster. In a way that he doesn't need to get entities or get components or whatever the fuck. Although there are ways, now that I think about it, it is possible to do it in a manner that it's fast. I don't know as much. Because, for example, since I'm using an entity wrapper, let's say that there's not much that's needed on an entity wrapper. There's not much required on it. I would definitely need the context because I need to do certain things on it. I could, for example, have in here a list of the components. Right? And then I will do things locally in here. That wouldn't affect the original one. And then defer it to after you finish all of the iteration between all of the values, and then it's just like apply all in all at once. Although that fucked me up in a way. Think. I know we would separate it in operations and shit like that. And then yeah, I think that's the best option. Like on the system here, instead of getting a query, we pass a wrapper. And over here we have a protected. No. It returns a query builder. And then pass a component. Rename it component query. And we also pass a query builder here. Builder. And then we make it abstract as well. Because that makes it so that the developer needs to implement the thing regardless. So over here, stop slowing down for no actual fucking reason. Oh, it's OBS is slowing down. I always forget that I'm looking this through a window. Looking at things like this. It just like passes the component here with this component. And we can pass, like, for example, other classes. Like, for example, let's say you have public static class position. Now, this is the point where it gets weird, because there's no need to have a position. Yeah, this one I think is a case in which it can be just a single struct. It doesn't need to have something static inside. I don't know, it's better. It keeps the same static class position component, yeah, like this. And then we can do something like width dot width position dot components. So if we just see component, we know that it's referring to the component in the static class that we're doing. But when we access it from the outside, it gets like position component. So like this, and then it adds with the query handler or query builder, and then it does the widths in here, adds the things, and then after we pass it through, we get a return from the system, and execute callback. We go back into the ECSX ECSX system. And over here we do an internal query, right? No. This is a bad way to do things. We're gonna do a internal void initialize. Why are you complaining here? That's because the thing's not finished. And then over here, we just implement the missing member. Oh boy, the problem is that we don't have access. Oh no, we're gonna have to pass the context in it. Does it? Should the system know about the context? I don't think it needs to, right? Problems. The query builder is created by having access to the context. So over here, on the initialization, we can just pass the query builder. Let's change the original one to apply change signature refactoring. Should be fine. It should change it in here. There it is. So we create like the query builder on the outside of the context when we initialize it, and we pass the builder in here. So you will not require to know anything about the context per se, because it's gonna have only access to the query builder. And the query builder has a private context, and the query has an internal one, which I think can be private. Yeah, it can be private one. Quite sure there's no need to access it from the outside, right? This is better. Is this a recommendation? Yeah, it is a recommendation. All right, so the system now can be initialized. It would be nice for us to have something that indicates the decision system was initialized, right? Should the system know that it's initialized? Or is that a responsibility of the manager? Huh. I don't know, it's way more fun creating things like this in a manner that I'm just creating as it's needed, then it's just like, oh, well, I need this, and then do the things. So the way we'll do it is that it will not use the query then. We'll not pass the query here in the executes. We use something else. We'll pass just the entity wrapper, maybe? I think it's a better way to do it. Where's the wrapper? Where did I place it? Where did I place the wrapper? Oh, it's here. That's why every single thing needs to be in its own file. Makes things easier to look around. Why are you complaining? Never instantiated. So the way would be done. Okay, the context that is in the system manager that is going to execute things. System manager. Where is the... Okay, systems.execute system, okay. Where is the execute system here if it's in the system manager? Oh, it's because it's not in the system manager. Dumbass, that's one of the problems of separating things. It's in the system methods. It's system methods is the thing that does the things. So over here, this is the problem. If you do it like this, initialize, that is a no-no, because it will initialize on every single run. We can't also initialize the systems when they are added. Will that be a problem? Not really. Oh, but it will be. It will be an issue, now that I think about it. For example, let's say that you... Let's say that you register a system, and on the system registration, you initialize it. It will build the query, but the system has no idea yet of which archetypes exist. So sure, it doesn't, the archetypes here during the building doesn't matter. But it will build the query and store the query here. But since it built the query, the only thing it does is pass the context and the values of the thing. When the query is created, it initializes the context, the things, and calculates the hash. It hashes by looking at the component things, and as it searches for... It looks at the archetype manager, right? How does it do it? No, it's a builder, I guess, the thing. It looks at the archetype manager to get the component IDs. If... The thing here is that if the value doesn't exist, it needs to be added to it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. God damn it. Do it. Do it. Fuck. Let me do this. No, that's not. Hmm. No, it's not that. It's... ID exists is better. Come on, mate. Just do it on. Do it on. Just a matter of doing this. Let me just remove these from here. If... No, it's not it. Let me think. Wasn't there an option to add if it doesn't exist? Oh, it's an extension in it. Is it triad maybe? Triads. No, because that would require me having the hash for the thing, and it's different if it is a component or whatever the fuck. Although this one is only related to type, so it doesn't matter. Like, will be eventually another one that will get the component ID for relationship or shit like that. Ah, it's getting super hot in here. Nice song, but I don't recall this one being in my programming list. Is it? Somehow it is. Sure. I wish I could get the songs from my programming playlist on YouTube. Those are so good, but there are more compilations and shit. It's not that easy. I don't want to just stop right now because it's like at least half an hour until I do a break to eat. But it's absurdly hot right now. The thing is, for example, if I need to be careful here as well. The type needs to be high components. It can't be just a single type. Ooh. Oh yeah, I forgot I can do this. Visiting Harris implements. No. And then I do this, and there it is. And then I don't need a comment anymore because it's clearly, the code by itself is clearly describable. Let me see. This is barely gonna get called, so just having a bit of reflection here. It's not that bad. Yeah, if I recall correctly, that's how you do it. You use the interface and then it's assignable from, instead of having the type first and then it's assignable from the component. Alright, you know what, you can do the same fucking thing to the piece of shit with its motorcycle asshole. Got me by surprise, I couldn't fucking mute the thing fast. Yeah, it's basically this. I forgot that since he uses ECSX IDs to... I should change this to not be an ECSX ID, instead be component ECSX ID or something like that, and have the ECSX ID in the background, just so that it's descriptive and implies that, hey, this is a different thing, it's not the same. It's not just an entity. You can't just place an entity in here like that. At least these ones this is an entity. Yeah, if I don't do this, it's gonna fucking create severe issues. Fuck me. It's another thing to put on top of it. Alright, it's basically struct component E D D D. Does that make sense? I don't think so, right? No, it's just stupid. And then over here, oh, there's no need for two, just one. This is mainly to isolate and make it clear in the code that it's a component ECSX ID, and if I have like differences in between, it needs to be a read-only though, right? This is gonna complain because it's not being assigned anywhere. And later there will be reasons for this. But for now, it's more so out of making things clearer. Let me see. This is component hash to ID. This one makes sense. It's a component to ECSX ID. This is correct. I'll fix that later. Is this a component one? This needs to be component as well. Oh yeah, fuck. There we go. This is regular ID, which I possibly will have to change it to an entity ID. Fuck me. This one needs to return a component one. Clarity. Clarity is important. This one. An entity to an archetype hash. This is a component, is it? Do I use it anywhere? Never used. This could either be one or the other. I'm more just bad in time now. I just need to fucking get out and do a flush of the air in the room to get a little less hot. I think. But I don't want to do it. Like I said, I don't want to do it now. I want. Wait, why is this song not showing up? Oi. Where's the overlay? Thing? Where is it? This one. Refresh. There it goes. To show fucking thingy for a split second. There it is. Weird. Don't know why that happened. Alright. An instance archetype hash could be interesting because it would allow us to just at a glance just go, yeah, this one is an entity. It's the regular one. It's not a component one. Because it's basically, hey, and which archetype is this entity? And then it just goes faster. It will allow us to do something like get entity archetype, which you can literally just put it now just to no, it's internal as well. Most of the things in here are going to be internal. Archetype, get entity archetype. Yep, it's basically this. Nope. No, it is correct. Although I don't like how it's doing this. Ugh, it looks so fucking ugly. Give me a, god damn it. No, it's not what I want. Here, maybe. Refactor, give me a variable, or it's at first of this. It's entity archetype hash, archetype hash. No, could just get it. Nope, it's refactor, introduce variables. This one. And just do var and just archetype. There it goes. This is way more clear. It's stupid. Just, hey, but this one is just one line. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care if we're saving lines. We're not saving lines here. We want to understand what the fuck is going on. Also, let me be clear with these. This will save me a lot of pain in the future. Ah, we want to put ID. Alright. Because in case I need to change later this one, I know that this one's an entity ID, so it's this one. Nice that it's allowing me to place the entity ID thing. That's because of I added to the dictionary. One's an entity ID as well. So if later I think, oh, is this one a component or an entity ID? It's in an entity ID. I could just right now just get another type in here on the ECSX ID. Just go, hey, entity ID, bitch. Why are you complaining? Well, what are you complaining? No. Oh, no. Because if it gets the hash code in there, it's just gonna get the hash code from here. It's just gonna do it. Aye, here. Right? No, this is wrong. Fuck are you talking about? I mean, in a way, wait, what? What do you mean making this struct itself read only? Is this a thing? I don't recall it being a thing. I don't like how it does this. Although it's, yeah, now that I think about it, it's correct. It's the naming that is wrong. It's making things confusing. Now it's fine. Although there's errors in places. I see. Can I from here? No. No. Bollocks, read before you click, dumbass. Oh, it's just building way too much stuff. Let's see. Nope. Is it? No, it's correct. Yeah, it is correct. There goes. Implicit. Should be fine on implicit one, right? Why are you complaining? Ooh, I know. It's because both have the same thing, and it shouldn't be ECSX ID. It should be component ID in one of those. Is it? No. Why? Well, am I crazy? Why is something wrong? I think here. That one is correct. I'm just looking wrongly. Why are you complaining, buddy? Opinion quality. What the fuck are you talking about? I know that I'm doing some stupid shit, but my body is way too hot right now to understand. My brain is just melting right now. Dog? Maybe if I implement it only on one of them. Maybe I don't need that. Does it work both ways? Hmm. It should, right? There's no reason why you shouldn't. Yeah, it just does. There's no reason to have both. I don't know why I thought it was needed to have both. Oh, I get it. Dumbass. It's needed when the tongue is inside. Which, now that I look at it, it doesn't exist. Because it's not needed. That's not a problem. I mean, if fixed. We fixed that issue. Is it fixed? I don't know, but it is fixed. Like, for example, here, there's other things that need to be done because there is possibilities in which the hash doesn't exist in here. Like on an entity that is not assigned an archetype, yeah? An entity without components is an archetype in itself? It can't be, right? I don't know. Now that I think about it, I don't know. You know, while my brain's cooking, I'm just gonna stop to eat something. It's way too hot. I'm gonna just yeah, let's leave it on the screen. It doesn't matter. It's not that big of a problem. I could just hide, but it's just, you know. I mean, this one does look way better though. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Be right back, thingy. And I'm gonna go eat. Go eat. Where's the tongue? There it is. I'll be back in like, what, 20 minutes or whatever the fuck it is. God damn it, it has been a whole fucking hour. I can't fucking believe it. How could it be that it's been an hour to fucking eat? Huh? Oh boy, I didn't even think about things. Shit. What was I doing? See how doing things prematurely is worth for nothing, because there's this hash component in here that's not being used for some reason. This one I know that I'm going to use it. Well, somewhere. I don't recall where. There. Oh yeah, it was this. Something related to this. Get the entity archetype, sure. Oh yeah, the whole thing with empty archetype. I don't think it's needed. But is there a way for me to identify that an entity has no archetype? And if so, how? Hmm. Because an entity that has no archetype exists nowhere. There's no place in which it exists. Fucking questions. This is important. Let me see if I recall. The components. Let's check if the type that is being passed belongs to the component. No, I can't do this either. Yeah, dumbass. There's a way easier way. Hmm. Because I could do like this, and then place it here where T equals like T implements the component. Yeah, I think it's easier. I mean, I can see that there will be a moment in which I will need that to be. Ugh, fuck me. Ugh. Let me see first where I call it, because I forgot. It's the query builder. See, like here, it's just passed. There's no need to pass it as type of component. It's just passed type T component. It would work. Yeah, like I said, let's do things as we need them. Let's try to implement fucking learn how to write, you fuck. Do the tongue. God damn it. I forgot how it's done. It's where. There you go. So now there is no need to call it like this because that never happened. Like there's no situation in which it's not that. Capacity components. Whoa, wait a second. No, a component ID. Because I still pass the type, dumbass. There's still the parameter. Stupid. Oh, fuck me. Eh, I'll have to do it regardless. Do I? Yeah, I did. There's. Hey, you need to do the type of regardless. At least it's internal and it's just like there's guarantees it's not passed wrongly. Company hash to ID. It checks if it contains, it just gets it. I don't like this contains right like this. I think it's better to get a try get value, because you when you do a contain and when you do an access like that, See how we'll need to get both hash codes. No. There is a. This is components. Components ID, dumbass. D. Get the D. And then we do this. And no. In here we pass it as component ID. Is it? No, we just dumbass. We just return. Stupid. There's we just return. But this one, see how he highlights here and here? If you do this, refactor, introduce a variable. And we do the hash code, replace two occurrences. This is very optimal. We just do hash. Can delete this. Sure, we can leave it, but yeah, let's leave it. Otherwise, we'll register components. ID, a new one, to assign the hash. But how do we get this ID? Just a regular ID from the top? Creates entity ID. For now, it's basically going to be the same fucking thing. Yep. Return create sensitivity. For now, it's just the same thing. But it's just so that in the future, in case we need to call it differently, we can. What is the complaints? Oh, it's this one. Forgor. There it is. What is this other complaint in here? It's not used. Guess what? Because it's just a test. There it is. I was working with the archetype manager. And we get the contact. We don't have access to the contact center? Yeah, the manager does need a context, so. Because it's specifically linked to the context. It doesn't, there's no situation in which an archetype manager needs to exist. It thinks that I want the tongue right down on the context. There, give me. There it goes. That's what the yep. Fuck, it's read only. I see. It should be a constructor and not an initialization. These things, for example, these could be on the constructor as well, but I don't know why I'm doing it right now. Maybe just to have a tongue? So that way it's guaranteed to have one. Oh, now that I think about it, I could change these. Bad idea, bad idea. Just change to a gut. Do the gut thing. Yeah. Let's do it from the... Can I do this? And I still have read only? No, I can't because get by itself is just a read only. But the problem is that if you call it like that, the components becomes a property. I don't know which one would be better. If like it's like showing up as a property like this, or if it shows like a field. Field in class, property in class. I would say that a property is better because a property implies a property implies that it's something related to the objects, and a field implies that it's something that it's stored on the object. I think a property seems better in this case. So let's ditch the read only. Come on, mate. Autocomplete. Get your tongue going. Fuck me, are you gonna make me type all this? Bitch. There we go. Should be enough. And speaking about enough, let's systems. Do it. The fuck did I set this as internal? Oh, it's because it was automated. See? We pay attention to shit. Otherwise, you do shit that's stupid like this. Yeah, eventually you will. No, I will. You will. Okay, so var ID context.id manager creates components ID, returns the ID itself, component hash to ID. It's registered, so whenever you want to get it back, it works. We were using this in the query builder to get it done from here. All right. Go back to the systems, because at the end of the day, the only thing we're trying to get is the systems to work. As long as the system works, it's all fine. Did it set the fucking thing? Yeah, it's back to the regular screen, the scene. Okay, the query builder executes the callback to get the query. We are very much likely not going to pass the query as is. Otherwise, it. Oh, this should be redone. This is never going to be changed. When a query is created, there's not going to be a moment in which the hash is going to change. The only things that are going to change inside of the query are the archetypes that are going to be updated with events from the context. Or the archetype manager, I don't know. One or the other. Something's going to update and just say, hey, buddy. Wait, there's an... Oh, because I didn't decide where in the hell I'm going to fucking initialize it. Oh, I remember that. I remember that. The problem is that if we initialize, it generates the query. If we initialize, it goes to the system. And this is a mess. There's just like way too many things open at once. This looks like the tabs in my browser. Speaking about tabs in browser, I just fucking cleaned a bunch today. Organized, just like... Speaking about it, why is there 2 tabs now? I know there's 2 tabs only. It's correct. It's how we should be. I used to have at all times open around 4 tabs for all the things that I used. And now I only have 2 because it's all organized in workspaces inside of the tabs, inside of the windows. Interesting stuff. It's interesting shite. All right. It's a bunch of shits in the system. This should be query, for example, should be in the query part. Can I just simply do this? And this, move file to new folder. I think it's this one, right? Yep. Yup, it just goes. Why are there issues here? Because doesn't know where it is, because it's dumb and didn't update. Oh, it's not like it didn't update the things, it's that I manually changed things. So it doesn't know where it is anymore. Queries, there it goes, the file to folder. No, the query. You're gonna go there, buddy. Query. There we go. This is gonna fuck up some of the other places, but we can fix these easily by just doing this. Why are you complaining? Because the ECSX is also missing references. There we go. You? You too, boy. The fuck? Wait, what? It's not implement missing members, dumbass. It's this one. There we go. Right. So for queries, systems, the context is going to be inside of itself, inside of the main folder for most of the time. All right. Yeah, we need to decide on how this is going to run. I really don't want it to run like this. I want it to run because there is two situations. A situation in which you want to run a loop, and a situation in which you want to run a hmm. This is it kind of has two situations, like this situation here where you want to iterate through all of the entities, and this situation in which you want to iterate entity by entity. Because, for example, and on the inside, on the callback here, we're going to do a for each in the query and then just pass the entities one by one to it. Which is, in a way, it's two similar ways of doing the same stuff in a way. But the difference is that sometimes you just care about the information in each entity. So you don't need to always do this, for example. Just to start this always with a for each. Because if we have only this option, most of these systems are going to be all written with for each first. Which makes it bad. We could kind of solve this with public in should execute no execution, no, it's not phase. No, I need a better name. It's basically we're gonna switch the void in here for the value here for an e none, and we're gonna have both of those. One in which we get the entity wrapper only, and one in which we get the all of the entities at once. And it's not gonna be like this because it is almost impossible. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not impossible. It's not impossible at all. It's actually quite simple. Yeah, it's actually quite simple. Now that I think about it, it's gonna be something like this. C components. Components, and it's gonna be something like this. And it's gonna be where C component is I component. And then, is this possible? No, it doesn't. It doesn't work. God damn it. Because it needs to be, it would need to be called, but I could do something similar. Yep, I can do something very interesting with this. I can. With an ECSX. It's just passing the wrapper. Yep, we just passed the wrapper. And on the entity wrapper, there's something like, oh man. Let me test this. Because if it works like I think it should, this is one of my pet peeves. Thinking about ways in how things work, but the C# implementation is not up there yet. No, it's C components. It's gonna be like this. Is it like that there? No, I forgot. There. Where C component is component. Can I do this? Now, what if I can do this? No, doesn't work like I thought. Such a shame. It would be so clean. No, now that I think about it, it wouldn't make any single fucking sense. So the only way would be stop. Not break. I need something else. Let me just try it. No. Do the break. What next? Skip. That is the word that I was looking for. Skip. I think skip should be enough. Does it have more recommendations? True. Anything else? Really? Not? I think a skip is enough. Continue and skip. Yep. Now, we can do something like this. Although this is outside. Yeah, this is outside. It shouldn't be outside. It should be back on the inside. It should be in a place like this. Why are you complaining? That's because there's a body. I shouldn't. System execution. System execution. Okay, and then over here, for example, let's say that we don't want to do. No, it's just return. Is this not? Is it like this? No, I don't think so. It's just it's because it's wrong. That's why it's not recommending anything. There it is, and then over here, just do a skip. So with this will never execute. Just execution. This one needs to be protected. And over here, and then we would like just do whatever the fuck in here and then return, continue. And then we do whatever the fuck. And if in case we want to skip, we can just skip and it doesn't continue the next things. And in this manner, we just worry about, we don't worry about the loop. We worry only about the iteration of the system through the entities. Because most of the time, you don't need a loop. For example, let's say that you're doing a movement system. And the only thing that matters to you is gathering the position and then moving gathering the current position and adding the new value to it. That's the only thing that matters. Nothing else matters on that. So doing a for loop for that is pointless. It doesn't matter. And this also allows us to iterate through the same thing twice, if we want to. Like I said, that we need to prepare the values in there, and then after we prepared all of the values, we do the loop in order. The problem is that which one will be executed first? That's the issue. Because one needs to be executed before the other. We could have another. Let's change the names to be more clear. Because this one will be executed through one only. Yeah, we can do this name. Rename executes all. Although it's not descriptive, executes each. It's not descriptive, but it will work for now. And then we'll have another enum. Enum system Execution order. No. And if it is just execution order, it's just not a good name as well. Because I'm going to use an execution order in a different manner later to allow systems to execute in different steps of, for example, we just pass execute through the phase here, for example. It executes the phase, and like in this one, it's this, or it's either this or this. No, it's not this one. It's this one. Execution phase. I think this one is the phase. Yeah, this one shouldn't even exist anymore. It's a remnant of the old codes. So this one's the one that matter. Why is there an error? That's because I started and but never finished. So for example, we put there execute update phase. And then it goes through the update phase, and on the update phase, it goes in this order. Just execute the early systems, execute pre-systems, execute regular systems, posts, and cleanup. So depending on how you declare the systems in here, it's going to execute in a different order on the update phase. That's it allows for a lot of it allows for a lot of it's not customizability, it's versatility. I think it's versatility. I think it is. And then by having another enum, it will allow us to choose the order and to how we execute these ones. Although, no. This maybe needs a different number, a different naming. System. It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be system execution. I think maybe this system execution should be the other one. And this should be. This song is fun. Think. Wait a second. Yeah, the arrows here doesn't go to. I forgot about that. I'm pressing delete here and just doing the regular Windows arrow because the Windows sounds don't go to the string. Matter of fact, none of the arrows, the noises from Rider and Unity is going to the string for now because there's no noise in there. Rider by itself, there's no reason for it to have a noise. Now I'm curious, what is doing the noise? Is it Rider itself? Or is it the system? Where is Rider? Nowhere, because it doesn't produce sound. Yeah, Rider is nowhere. Which means that the sound here is a system sound, indeed. Not crazy. Oh, fuck me. Well, to think properly, instead of system execution, it's going to be named fuck. I know of a good way to find this. How to name this. You search for C#, continue, break. Ah, fuck's sake, I hate the fact that it just gives me fucking... No, I can just do an ending here. Yeah. Keeps giving me fucking... Can I change the language of the No, it is. The language of the thing is in English. Oh, you know, it's very... Wait a second. Is it because... What is using to search? It's Google. What the fuck is... God, my goodness, dude. It's a problem. It's a jump statement. Unconditionally transfer control. The break statement terminates the closest and closing iteration assessment or switch assessment. The continuous statement starts... Execution statements. It is a convoluted name, but we can use, now that I think about it, we can use break, continue, and return. If we pass return, it just goes in and just exits out and just nothing happens anymore. If we pass break, it just skips that one and just goes to the next one. If we pass continue, it just keeps going until it ends, until there is no more. Yep, so we can call it execution statement. Yeah, execution statements. I was thinking of execute statements. The execute statements sounds weird. Continue. Break. It's gonna fuck up the other one. This one should be return. And then we put a proper break in here. So break and return should both do the same fucking thing. System execution, we do, we can even do better things than this one. We can execute both. Execute all first. Execute each first. Should be clear, I guess? Because execute... No, execute both is dumb because execute all first executes both regardless. Stupid. Execute all first. And execute each first. I know it's making the systems convoluted, but it's allowing for more versatility during execution. Which I'm all for it. Execute all first, execute each first. And we could, for example, execute each only and execute all only. Or something like that. See, even the thing is dumb. But no, I think this is better. If we have execute each, no, execute all only, and execute each only. Sure. It will be redundant if we pass something, for example, like system execution. Oh, yeah, we need this on the no, it's base type, I guess. No, where is the one? No, it's here, I think. No, it's not changed signature. I think it's refactor here. Yeah, it's pull members up. Yeah. It sends into the ECSX system. And it allows to have one in here as well, execution. So now we do it like this. So we execute all first. Well, look at this, for example, execute all first, but all is for return. So the problem with this is that it's going to execute all first. It's going to enter here and just, boop, goes out. That's it. So it all depends on how it's ordered in here. If the person orders it wrong, that's their fault. Because there is a literal, and that's why I think that the execute each only has their own use. Because this one, it guarantees that whatever the fuck is in here is not going to execute, regardless if you place a continue or whatever the fuck here. It just doesn't. Only this one is going to execute. Only each one. So even if you don't do it, it just works. You know what I wanted? It would be interesting. No, now that I think about it, it wouldn't. No, it would in a way. No, you wouldn't. That is what virtual methods are for. I was wondering, like, for example, having a marker here in the class, and then you put something like a whatever thing in here, and then if you don't override the abstract methods, it just doesn't bother, doesn't complain. It just keeps going. But that's what virtual methods are for. If you use virtual methods, that's the behavior. Okay, so improving this fucking thing does not need to exist, but let's leave that for now. Mostly because the thing fails to select. I still need to think what I'm going to stream later at night. What game to play. I was thinking of playing The Altars, but when I noticed that The Altars, it's a game where you have like where you clone yourself in different states of life. You can basically access the different versions of you through the multiverse, and then you clone yourself in that situation. And there is like a bunch of options for you to do. I think there is like 10 clones or something. 10 or 9 clones, I don't recall. And the whole idea is that maybe there's even 8, I think. I think there's only 8. Yeah, it would make sense that it would be only 8. The idea is that you, or 6 maybe, I don't recall. I don't know, I didn't see too much into it. But the whole idea is that you have a base on this abandoned planet, and you're trying to survive, but you're by yourself, and the whole way to solve it is by cloning yourself. And then as you clone yourself, you can learn from those other versions of yourself and what they did through life and shit. And they are most of the time pissed because now they exist in your whatever the fuck it is going on with you. But the problem is that you can't get all of the altars in a single playthrough. You would have to get both of them, and apparently a single playthrough lasts around 20 hours, and I would very much want to know what happens with all the altars, so I would have to play at least 40 or 60 hours of how many playthroughs in order to get all the altars. Problem being that since I want to stream it and record at the same time for the YouTube channel, it could be that it will last a long fucking time playing that game. I decided not to, at least not now. Alright, next thing. This could be named execution choice. Now I hate it. Yep. What is the next step? This step. I should have been saving, committing every single one of these steps. Let's always look at the inputs. It's not going to be a query here. I'm quite sure about that. Just so that we're not crazy, I just remove this one. Decided that I will remove it. But then later I'm possibly gonna create it again in case I need an example or whatever the fuck. Tests or whatever. So the whole thing that we're doing is trying to execute a system. That's the whole shebang. So we have the thing that builds the query. And then we have the execution path. So now this song is weird. I always found this song very weird. Hello, let's change a bit. Let's play some different shit. Punk. Frequently called. Unemployed usage. Yeah, we need to fix this now. Switch. On the execution. Come on, thing, aren't you smart enough to do the thing for me? God damn it. Case. Execute all first. Fuck, I forgot how to do switches. Ooh, this is not how we should be doing this. This is fucked, mind you. Oh man, I forgot how to do switches. Let me see if it's smart enough. Let me test this. Kind of. Not 100%. The problem is that what we pass to execute each for now, because it's not the correct way to run these things. That's the problem. Fucking. Right. Now it makes things easier here. We can just do like this. Now it understands. Yep, that is precisely what we needed. Execute all first, and then each. Execute each, and then all. Execute all, and execute each. Great. So, some cases are not processed defaults. There's nothing else there, dumbass. This is not needed. Although he would be Interesting to have a comment there. Yeah, can he? This one is simple. This just, although it's not 100% like this, because it will be different. But at least for now, that works. And this one should be, throw, talk, and then afterwards we call the each. Although I'm quite sure that we can't call it like this. Yeah, we can't. It's just way too convoluted. We're gonna have to get the entity wrappers from the query. Oh yeah, the query needs to get the... Fuck. No. Fuck. This could be a problem. Because I was going to do something like get entity wrapper at index or something like that. How will it know when an archetype ends and the next one begins? We would need some kind of archetype wrapper or something like that. Because otherwise, how the fuck will he know? How the fuck will he go? It's just, hey, this value is from the next archetype. Otherwise, you won't be able to iterate using index values, and that's how we should iterate? Unless we get a get iterator thingy that we make the query enumerable. And then it can run a for each. And the way it does a for each is by iterating through the list and through the archetypes and then through the lists inside of the archetypes. Yeah, it's a possibility. Although how will we get the wrappers from there? Convoluted. Convoluted and weird. Makes my skin crawl. Because just thinking about how the fuck will I solve them? Let me think. Memory usage still seems fine. Why are you complaining? Shut the fuck up. Right, let's go back to the game manager. So we'll execute the system. And over here, we'll go through system, context system manager, get systems phase. Execute back, although this is not how it should be done. Because I'm quite sure that this needs to be inside of the system manager. Why is the system manager not in here? It's not what I want to do. It's a refactor, maybe move to namespace. Another namespace. Dot systems. The song is so nice. Where is that from? I record from. Is it from Cowboy Bebop or something? I think it is, right? Let me check. Beastars. Yeah, it is indeed. Why did I know this? Why did I thought this was from Cowboy Bebop? What the fuck is Beastars? Well, it's a furry anime. Alright. Sure. Nothing against it, but still. Why the fuck do I know this? Oh man, the thing's life in it. This is a nice song. Can't be denied. Why is there space down here? How can I move this without using the mouse? I can't tell it's never used for anything. Place the systems next to each other. Yeah, we need to isolate. If I recall correctly, whenever I do this and create a new file, is it gonna... Yeah, it just gets bonkers on the Unity. Alright, this has only the ECSX this system. Is there anything like this here? No, there isn't. Only this here. It's fine. This one too. But the execute systems should go. This should go to the system manager. There's no reason why it should execute it in here. I should execute in there, and this one just calls it. There's the initialization yet. It's basically the same fucking thing as it was in the context. Over here, you can just do something simple like this. I think you might wonder, why have this and this as well? Why? Because over here we can put some logging or whatever the fuck. So the system thing becomes a little bit more pure, although it might be, there might be a need to place a logging side of things separately. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Now, donk. This just calls the execute callback, which is this one that choose which it wants to call. Fine. But we still need to worry about the initialization and the problem with the query building during the initialization, because like I said, let's presume this. We should go closer there, mites. There. So that way we don't need to travel all the fuck around. Let's presume this one. it initializes, it needs to exist first. It needs to have the player input system first exists in order to do the things. But as it initializes, it builds the query. Problem being, oh, that's a good one. Problem being that it's the initialization of the system. It's when we initialize them, we're going to initialize them all at once, unless the because there's not going to be a single archetype defined yet at the initialization of all the systems, because every single archetype is going to be created as something, as the add component is called from here. When I do an add component here, like on the entity wrapper, I pass add components, player input components. What it will do is it will create the archetype that has of an entity that has only this component. And before this system exists, there is no way for the query to grab this archetype. It's gonna grab nothing. There will be nothing for it to grab. There will be no archetype. Sure, we didn't even do the thing yet. Sure, for example, the query here, it doesn't, at no point it gets these. So the problem lies in two places. Either we use an event system, an event bus or message system or whatever the fuck, to connect the query and update with new archetypes as newer, like for example, the player input. Let's say that it's added to another archetype, and then we add that archetype as well to it. So the thing is, if we only use the event system, we need to use both. We need to read all the possible archetypes when the query is created, and we need to connect it to an event system. Because if we only read and not have something that populates this later, it adds the issue that if newer archetypes get created, it's not going to be populated. And it needs to be, because most of the archetypes won't exist at start. It would be easier to do this if we could somehow. Don't lag. Oh, it's OBS lagging the projector screen. If we could somehow know, like for example, this one, this is the, as far as we know, the only one that is going to manage the, no, this is dumb. Because if we're adding the player inputs in here, for example, this one will be now that I think about it, things starts to not match with my train of thought. For example, the player input component is not going to, it's going to be used by at least two systems. Most components are used by at least two systems, because if they're used by one system, why get used at all? Because it's used by, like for example, if only one system is adding the data, we need at least a second system to read the data as well, right? Doesn't make sense to just add the data and have it there. So, for example, in the player input system, we'll have one of them that will, for example, read the inputs from the controller, and another system that is going to read, like it's one system will read the input from the controller and assign a player input value to this. And another system is going to read the input value and assign somewhere else. For example, if it's the movement, it's going to assign it to a velocity component or something like that. And that velocity component is going to be added and used, like it's going to be added by that system, which is going to be read by the movement system, and then so on and so forth. And so on and so forth. And does it fucking Zizek? It's Slavoj Zizek, right? And so on and so forth. Slavoj Zizek. Zizek. Slavoj Zizek. Fucking philosopher crazy ass dude. But he's considerably smart, and the things he says makes a lot of sense. So, this system, for example, it wouldn't be like with this component. It would be something like with data component, with a Unity device, Unity system with Unity system inputs or something like that. Which, now that I think about it, kind of negates the fact that it's going to have one static class and one component inside of the thing. Although, no, it's not weird at all, because these are going to be the systems that add the component. It's going to be the main adding system. It makes sense that the component would be on the system that is added. Systems that reads data and adds data as well, those systems are different. I don't know. I don't know. It could be said that some systems are pure systems and other systems are glue systems. The pure systems are systems that just add data. For example, a Unity data system, it adds the delta time and shit like that to a component, and then other systems can reference those values and then just do something with it. But the initial system is going to just like read Unity data and just pass along. And that system is a pure system because it only uses the components that it creates. It doesn't depend on other components. But then there is the glue systems that connect. The glue systems that connect one component to another. It reads data from one part and creates another data or places data in somewhere else. It doesn't exactly need to have even a component sometimes. So those are glue systems. Regardless of how, I still think that it's a better way to do like this. Because, for example, inside here, it is just like system, just with nothing, or then system, and then underneath cleanup system, and shit like that. Like main system, cleanup system, early system, regular system, cleanup system, shit like that. Post system, and it makes it clearer, and it keeps all the things in here. And if it's just a component, I can just do like static class and then do component inside. And then by accessing it, just the player input the components. Even if it doesn't have systems inside. The static thing is just for organization. Makes it cleaner. If I want to, for example, search for player input, let's say that I'm doing, no, this is outside. It needs to be somewhere like the game manager. Where game manager here? Let's say that over here, and there's something like, I want to get the player inputs. See how there's only player inputs in there? Don't pay attention to blue input manager because it's in the Unity engine. But see how there is only player inputs? There's nothing else. If I only added the class by itself, it would have player inputs, components, player inputs, whatever. Jesus, this one is even in the Unity engine. It's this one that I need to look into. Namespace systems. Trust me, it's way better this way. Because the other way, the way that I did in the other manner would keep all of the component and system separate. And let's say that you needed to copy system somewhere else. You would have to copy separately the components and the system. And most of the time, if it's a pure system, the pure system can be copied by itself. And if it's a glue system, the glue system normally varies from game to game. Because certain games need, like, for example, turn-based movement, and they move in squares, and other systems need, like, regular movement. So the glue movement system from a game is gonna be different from the glue movement system from another game, even though both of them will use positions and velocities and shit like that. Alright, where did I stop? Yeah, this one just gets the callback. That's enough. Now the get systems is not called, at least for now. But this could be useful, for example, for debugging system or whatever the fuck. Although it wouldn't be able to be called if it is internal. Oh, well. Or maybe there are ways, who knows. Maybe if I, for example, have an ECSX.unity, maybe recognizes that both are from the ECSX namespace and it allows me to access the code. Although I think there might be an oversight because, for example, let's say that you know the Unity engine namespace. Let's say that you create a DLL called the Unity engine dot whatever. Should you be able to access all the internals of the Unity engine DLL? Don't think so. So you can see how there's a conundrum in there. So I think the issue now is the query. It's the next thing that we need to fix. And by having that will require a fucking event system. Luckily, I might have an event system that is already made, although it's specific to entities. Oh, no, this is different. Oh, I see. No, this is something else I had done. Oh, there is event manager. There we go. Event manager, let's see. Yada yada yada. It's very simple. Oh, it's because this is only organizer. There's the entity event handler and the component event handler. It's just an organizer. Oh boy. Quite sure that I had quite sure that I had a tongue in there. God damn, I can't remember. I was quite sure that I had a tongue and I can't find it. Yeah, I think I had one specific to entities and components, but not everything else. Weird, because I was quite proud of the event system that I have built. That is quite odd. I'm getting. Where's the things though? I had open it. Where is it? Oh, it shouldn't be as different as whatever the fuck it is that I had back there. Because it's basically the same thing. It's just, hey, there was an event on this component. The problem is having to create one. Okay, we need to create it so that we can connect to the query. Why did you increase here? Fuck you. That's because the other one is bigger. Fuck you, you're first. That one should have decreased inside, not this one increase. So the whole idea is that when we create a query, when we initialize the systems, it builds the query so that it can use the query to do the executions, which is simple for now, but it's not going to be. So it builds the query. When it builds the query, it gets the query builder. And wait a second. Oh yeah, I don't call initialize from anywhere. That explains things. What the query builder should do is basically do two things. One is build a query. This, for example, this is not how you should do. It should not create a query by default. It should look into the query. Oh, goddamn it, what's the pronunciation of this fucking name? Got pissed. Give me words. Query. It's correct. It's not query. It's query. Wait, what if I change to English? Wait, there's no English United Kingdom or shit? What the fuck? There's no British? There's no British. It's quite sure that there was British. Google Translate is not available in 110 new languages, but there's no British. Alright, it is indeed query. I'm not crazy. It's not query. It's query. Query. One of the things that I fucking hate is this word. It's not gauge, it's gauge. Fucking hate it. Query. Gauge. So what it should do is just, when it gets the query. So the query should be the one that builds the hash and not the query. It's the query builder that does the hashing. For a single reason. It needs to query on the hash here and see, hey, does this query already exist? If so, gimme. If it doesn't, let's create it. And that's how you should do. The query builder is the one that should know about the context and the query. Possibly shouldn't know about the context. Query. 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 Oh, I grab the query. Put the shrimp on the query, mate. So fucking stupid. Alright, just change this to do an include component. Gonna be the same fucking thing. And over here we excludes. And then we get the query. Query. And do var query hash. We do hash components. Query. It's the query. Or we could just get placed in there. It's a different tone. There's no need to be in there. And there's still that hash code that was in here. No, it's not in here. Somewhere. Somewhere over there. There's a hash thingy. I think it's the archetype manager or whatever the fuck. So what he does now is just goes, var query exists. And it goes into the query. Fuck me, huh? Internal. No, it's not eternal. What the hell is going on, man? Query. Yeah, it's a query. Oh, fuck me. This one needs to be... Is there no nullables? Okay. Just say so. Query. We're going to the query. And then we got the query. No, it's just a query. Query. And then, and then we do a... What the fuck? Did I know we delete it? The heck? The heck, if query is not equal to null, we return the query. Otherwise, we create a new query. Should the query manager be responsible for creating queries? What you think? I think it should, right? Yeah, because if it is responsible for creating query. Oh my god. Internal query creates query. There it goes. Does it make sense? It makes sense because it's the query builder that builds the query. So it gets the hash. Fucking music, man. Why the query manager has no access to the contexts? There we go, buddy. Give me the contexts. So over here, can I have the contexts? And over here... Come on, mate. Autocomplete for me. Oh, you asshole. Oh, you asshole. Asshole. No, 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 no. It's the components. Now that I think about it. These ones are gonna be component IDs as well. Can I just do... No. No. Can I do a refactor and change the type? No. We can't just willy-nilly change the type. Forgot about this detail. Component ECSX ID. All the other data is fine. Over here, you know what, there's this historic. This is so nice. Lovely. The rest just works automatically, it seems. What the fuck is these, like, noises? Rustling. Oh, it's Woods of Mystery. It's fine, it's allowed. It's allowed. We allow it. Field can be made read-only. Matter of fact, why aren't you? Why aren't you? Query be there. I wonder if this needs an internal hash, if it's going to be looked at externally. Interesting. I don't think it needs it. Matter of fact, I don't think it even needs the context, but for now, I think maybe we'll leave it there? No, I don't. Nah. Bro's still alive, he just went offline now, it's too late to sleep, so stay awake. I just can't try at least to sleep because waking up at 10 is killing me. Ugh. Wait, what do you mean? 10 p.m. or 10 a.m.? Because if it's 10 a.m., I get it. If it's 10 p.m., why? This thing's fine. Context the query manager, the query query. Include the components into the array, pass it there, gets the hash. Looks like it's fine. So the create query just adds it as a hash. I don't like that method of adding things. I rather add like a human being. Like, I don't see a problem with getting it, using that if you know it exists, but I hate adding like that. Feels weird as fuck. It's not descriptive that what you're doing is adding. I think that's the problem. They're just like it sure it's an assignment, but it doesn't it's not clear that you're adding a new value to the dictionary. It looks like you're assigning to an existing value instead of adding it. And the triad, it's definitely better in this situation, but for now that's gonna work. Now we properly build queries, and it stores them and allows to cache them and get them if they exist in Shia. Shouldn't there be do it. Wait, why does it get a hash as a key? What the fuck is that? That is... That makes sense because the thing here is an hash. Oh yeah, alright. For a second I thought it was stripping. Yeah! This is better. Alright, we build the queries. Although the events thing is still missing because the query needs to be updated as values are added to it. Boom, 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 boom. God damn, this fucking song, man. Gets in the fucking head, mate. Get in your fucking head. Don't on shit, man. Need that pom pom. What was the thing? I think it was that video with Northern Lion in which he was playing the game and just going pump and shake it, singing, and then he just notices. And it's just, whoa, wait a second. Is this song saying what I think it is? And it was. Some of that pom shit. Give me some of that pom shit. Alright. We really need events now. Should I do it in the same way that I did the component event handler on the other framework? Let me see. It's not that complex. First, I need to think what the events needs to do. Because let's see. And when an archetype is created, yeah, it needs to be an event that connects to when an archetype is created. So when an archetype is created, you when the archetype is created, yeah, it's basically that check. Just, hey, the query is created, it connects to the archetype manager, and they just go, hey, tell me whenever there's one of these archetypes, so to say, when there is a new one of these. And I mean, if the archetype is, whenever it's created, just, but then at the same time, think of the nightmare. Because let's say you have 100 queries. As soon as a single archetype is created, it's gonna trigger 100 call methods to 100 queries. Sure, most of those queries, no, it's gonna be complex maybe. Because when it gets to the query is just gonna go, hey, mate, do you have any of those? Any of those included components, mate? I need one of those. And then if it doesn't find the first one, oh no, it's not that hard, because the archetype has this, for example, needs to be changed to a component or IDs, like this one. And then what else? This one too. That's all. So it's basically gonna go, oi, do you have one of these? And then it just tests the first one. If the first one doesn't match, there's no need to keep matching. Because if that archetype doesn't have even a single one of the included components, there is no reason to look anymore. So it's a very fast check. It's just one comparison. It's just like, bam, is there or not? Then the thing just goes, nope. And it just goes back, just, all right, bye. And then it just doesn't run anymore. So it's not that slow as I thought it would be, even if it's gonna go through all the things. And archetypes are not going to be created all of the time. As soon, let's say that, for example, as soon as the first pass and all of the systems happen, most of the archetypes are going to be created by them. I would say like around 95% of the archetypes are going to be already created. So it's very unlikely, unless you have like some convoluted systems and some weird shit going on. But most of the time, it's not gonna. It's gonna be very, very fine, very alrighty. Yeah, it shouldn't be that complex. But now I need to think, how do I want to handle this? Because on the previous one, I had a specific class that was, for example, called Component Events Handler. And in that class is the one in which I added all of the data, all of the events in there. And I have an event manager that works similar to how the context here works, in which I just added just the tongues like this, but it was more like this. So that I didn't need to go through all of the things. I just went here and just go context.events and .archetypes and context.events .whatever. Because if you stop and think about it, most of the time, the components itself, the way the systems work, they are events in and of itself. Wait, that's it. I could use systems itself to do the whole thing inside. I would use systems to do the thing. Oh, but then I would need reactive systems. Ugh. Shit. Reactive systems is a whole other can of worms. Let me see. What I say? Oh, it's almost approaching the time where I'm gonna end at 8 p.m. Can I say that whatever the fuck is here is functional? It's not. Anything that is in here works, just not fully. Just not like here. We go and execute the systems here. And it goes to the context, which goes to the system manager to execute the systems, which goes to the execute callback, which gets in here, which has one implementation, and it comes towards here. Let me see if I remember. Reactive systems are systems that activate as soon as a component is added. I would have to defer those as well. Those event calls should be deferred. Oh, when we get to the deferring part, it's gonna be a nightmare. How many days do I need to finish this? Possibly this week. What day is today? It's Saturday. Yeah, it's gonna require at least 7 days or something like that, and I am on day 3. I mean, there is like a bunch of progress by day 3 in start from zero ECSX framework, ECS framework, on which I spent a bunch of time just trying to make the fucking input system work, even though I wasn't going to use the input system just because. Think. Yeah, I think I'm out of ideas, at least for now. I think I'm gonna organize all these things, but I think I'm gonna end the stream for now. It's getting hot as fuck again. It's been like, what, 5 hours? It's enough. 5 hours is most of the time what I'm striving to do on these streams. Then there's the, yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. And then I'm gonna take some time to think of which game I might play at night. I was thinking about playing the Where Winds Meet thing. Well, there's the whole thing of, oh, god damn it, now I remember. I was thinking of playing No Man's Sky, but if I play No Man's Sky with this mouse, it's impossible. I really need a new mouse, but just, I don't have the money. Not right now. And not after the surgery and all the expenses and shit. But yeah, looking at this, it's almost functional compared to the other framework that I spent around 4 years and rewrote it several times, and it's still not functional. Sure, there's a bunch of very interesting code on it, and I did some very interesting maneuvers with C# that possibly made the compiler cry and think, oh, why? Why you do this to me? But it worked, in a very convoluted way, but it worked. Grand. Yeah, that's it. That's it for today. And the song even ended as well. What is the next song? Oh, this song is kind of nice, but not as nice as the another one. This is a nice one. This is very nice. The movie from this song is awesome. The album as a whole, it's a whole album. It's similar to Interstellar 5555 from Daft Punk, but instead of Daft Punk, it's Carpenter Brut. It's very awesome. Crazy weird as fuck because it's in Russian. It's a very weird movie, but it's just, he has one of the best scenes ever, and it's the reason why I have this specific song. Because when this song plays on the movie, there's a scene that happens in there that is just go, what the fuck is going on, man? What am I seeing? And it's one of the best scenes I've seen. It's absolute cinema. I gotta go. See ya. later maybe, or tomorrow. I don't know. Bye.